All right. Okay. Okay, setup looks good. I think all the audio is going. Alright, I mean, the next time I stream, hopefully it's smoother now that this was kind of a testing. But yeah, in case anybody just showed up here, or people probably left, it's alright. Hopefully you come back. This is my first time streaming in a long time, maybe over a year, 2 years. I think I have 2 videos already uploaded on the channel in case you weren't aware of it. And the reason I keep them up there is because sometimes people ask, is this artificial intelligence, is your voice AI generated? I've been getting that again actually pretty recently now that a lot of people are using AI for some of their One Piece videos. And so just so people know that this is actually my voice, or the sound of my voice, which sometimes varies depending on, health or location where I'm recording, such and such. I keep those live streams up just so that people can compare in a way and say, okay, yeah, that is actually him behind the video. It doesn't sound exactly the same, but you can, clearly tell it's me. But yeah, let's get the stream started. Alright. I actually used to put some music. Oh, I can do that right now. I see. It will help with the static in the background. Where did I find that again? This is an app store. Okay. Okay. I don't understand. What are they saying? Okay. This would be horror ambience. These headphones are popping out of my ear. Just gonna lower the volume a little bit. Okay. It's audio input, audio output. All right. Let me ask the chat a quick question. Can you guys hear the music? Okay. I don't know. This is mic aux. Audio input. Audio output. Mac screen. Mac OS. You want me to sing you a song instead? I'm trying to think. What's a One Piece song? Nothing's coming to mind at the moment. Maybe we should do that one song, Nokia by Drake. Bing sake. Bing sake. Huh. Okay, we're going to start the theories and discussions in about 20 seconds if this doesn't work. I was really hoping to add this in here. Mac OS. Is it media? Where's the source? Okay, it's called media source. Alright, I had an idea that was going to be it, but I had to double check. So, media, I'm going to call it add existing, make source visible. What does it mean make source visible? voice down instead of the music player, so now we should be good. Let me check with the chat real quick. So, Mike Ox, Mac OS. What I'm definitely gonna have to do after this is I'm gonna have to go back and I think there's a way to do it. I've never tried it while I was in studio on YouTube before, but I think I can erase the first like hour or hour and a half, I think. Yeah, I'll probably have to do that. Okay, so audio input, audio output, macOS screen capture. I don't know what that's about. Mic aux. There's no sound from there. And the mic aux is, it should be, I don't have my microphone plugged in. I'm just using the laptop recording system, so we'll see how it goes. I'll probably check in with the chat to see whether or not it sounds all right or not, but it's up to you guys. That's the mic aux. You know, hopefully eventually we can fundraise enough for that audio engineer. If I'm able to get the audio to near perfect, you know, professional quality, we could definitely take this channel off, which is what somebody had told me in the comment section. They said, you know, bro, if you just get your audio fixed, you could blow up. You know, they've been telling me that for about the past year or two, maybe 3, maybe more. Alright, the music is still loud on my end, but I don't know how it is on your guys' end. Is the music low enough? Alright. I gotta remind myself not to also be talking out loud. I'm typing in chat. Okay. So Denden Kushi. Yeah, Denden Kushi. I saw somebody say that you're a One Piece YouTuber, right? I think I've seen I might have seen your channel before. I don't know if I watched any videos, but I think I've seen YouTube promoting you. You make some interesting stuff for sure, yeah. Actually, it's a good idea. I could actually probably, you know, holler at some One Piece YouTubers and see, or some up-and-coming ones and see if they would want me to promote this stuff on stream or watch it. All right, Dangerous says, your name Dangerous, is it Dangerous? Dangerous, yeah. Or Dangerous. I was reading it like Dendro. Dangerous. I mean, it sounds fine to me. Your voice could go up a little. All right, your voice could go up a little. I should probably lower the music down a little bit more probably then. Mac OS. Scream, Mac OS screen, audio capture. A touch lower for your sake. Alright. The music's gone. Huh. That's strange. What happened to the music? This is loop. that's why. It was probably too low. Yeah, we put it down too low, so that's probably why. If the volume goes too low, it probably shuts off. I don't know why that is, but that seemed to happen a while ago. Music player. This has pretty much been a what do they call it? An IT stream, a technician stream so far. It's like tech support. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely have to cut off the first 2 hours of footage, but we should be good to go. That's there, that's there. So I want to make sure when we start we don't end up back here again. So just one last double check. I also wrote a script for a video based on the chapter earlier. It's probably about like a 10-minute video, and I think there's gonna be a part 2 to it. But the ideas behind this video, I think, are somewhat mind blowing. I don't know if anybody's thought of it yet. And then there's another video that relates to Blackbeard that I wrote probably about 3 weeks ago, and I haven't heard anybody talk about those ideas either. And what's the other video about Emu or Moo? There's another video I can't remember right now, but yeah, I have 3 videos, actually no, probably 5 videos that have like some really good ideas behind them. I just gotta find some time to get to it. It's like 2 or 3 Emu videos, or well, 2 Emu videos, 1 Moo video, 1 or 2 Blackbeard videos, Shanks video, and another video, but I can't remember what it is. Oh, I'm also finally starting that series I mentioned that's going to be about responding to creators. Some of it's going to be for Patreon, but some of it's also going to be for the main channel. I think it's something that can make the One Piece community a little bit different. You know, kind of like taking things in a different direction and maybe make it more interesting, add some new flavor to the channel instead of doing the typical, you know, theories or whatever. So expect a lot of changes to be coming. I promised these changes actually since about last year, but obviously you guys know about the health issues I was having, so we didn't get to initiate them early on. But for sure, to close out the rest of this year, we're going to be taking things in that new direction that I promised. So get excited. Okay, so audio output, so audio input capture, not capturing the output, mic aux, music player, screens where it should be, this whole setup's where it should be, and we have the music boost, which might be working or not, I'm not sure. Okay, one last question I'm going to ask you guys in the chat. I'll type it and I'll ask it. Do you guys hear an echo at all in my voice? I turned the what's it called, the reverb the reverb off, the reverberation that was there prior, even though there's still like an echo in the apartment building itself. But okay, let me just take a swig of water so I don't gotta get up again, and then we're gonna start exactly at 4. Let's say starting exactly at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Well, U.S. Eastern time. Okay. I don't know what's going on with the power a while ago, but everything's ready to go. I forgot my intro lines. Anyways, so if you guys haven't read chapter 1150 yet, I believe that's the chapter, right? I strongly recommend you leave the stream. I mean, hopefully the thumbnail that I used didn't spoil you, but I think most people now kind of read the chapter early on. I don't know how many people that are subscribed to me, whether new or old subscribers necessarily care, but yeah. The only spoiler in the thumbnail is probably just the design of the character, but I mean, I guess we kind of all generally had an idea of what the Sea Devil should look like to an extent. I mean, this design of Emu, which is or Mu, we'll talk about the distinction shortly. It's not actually, I think, how Emu or Mu again is going to look upon their full reveal. This is just a glimpse of I mean, call it a hybrid, I guess, but a merger between Mu, Emu, whatever, and uh, Gunko's body. If this was, let's say, Saturn, for example, which we're going to talk about in a video that I'm probably trying to drop maybe tomorrow. I mean, I'm streaming, and I'll probably be streaming for a good while. So maybe I'll drop the video on Sunday, most likely. Sunday or Monday. But yeah, one of the first videos to start of June. But yeah, if Mu were to possess Gunko's body, Saturn's body, you know, Workery, right? Call it Workery, Mercury. You know, any of the Gorosei, any of the other gods and knights, we probably see the same trident, the same devil tail, and of course the iconic red devil eyes. One thing I did want to point out, which is slightly off topic, I think that Shepherd Sommers is like when we first saw the Gods Knights on Egghead Island. There's a lot of hype, right? Or not Gods Knights, I mean the Gorosei. Sorry. When we first saw the Gorosei on Egghead Island, there was a lot of hype around them. I know towards the end of the arc, there was a lot of criticism and people kind of souring on the Gorosei and questioning why they'd be revealed this early because it's supposed to be final villains, and some people saying that kind of killed final villain energy. I don't know if that was a JD Legend that said that or somebody else was had kind of popularized that criticism. I see where they're coming from, but my sense of the thing is, and I don't know. I saw a clip from Brago where he was talking about his idea for what the Gorosei's or Gaza's other powers could be. I don't know if he ever put the video out, but I have my own personal thinking behind it, where I think that the Gorosei haven't shown us everything they can do yet. For example, even on Egghead Island, I think only uh, uh, what's his name again? Nasajuro. I think only Venus Nasajuro. He's the only one that kind of showed us a multitude of transformations, right, from his original form to his full mythical zone, or whatever you want to call it, mythical zone or not, full demon form, right, demonic skeleton horse, and a hybrid form, right, of him like half skeletal human body and then horse body. I think that he should have, or probably has, a multitude of other mixed human Delphi transformations, but also I think he could also have a heightened power similar to if he's possessed by Mu, right? Or he could have. So one thing I've been thinking about, I don't know if I mentioned this in the Emu, God Devil fruit or whatever. Emu actually having the powers of a god, despite being the devil. That video, some of you have probably seen it. Definitely check it out if you haven't already. I'll pull it up on the screen. I may not have mentioned in that video. I might have been planning for another one. I'll just mention it now. It doesn't matter. That given that Emu, if he's the Sea Devil or possessed by the Sea Devil, has access to a wide array of devil fruits, I'm actually predicting that whereas Blackbeard is supposed to have maybe three and be unusual for a human, right, whose body should blow up if he eats more than one, now he has two. Finding that out and finding out why he might be key to maybe taking down Emu, who knows what, is definitely something to be excited about. But that's just Blackbeard as a human, right? Or supposedly as a human. That's for another discussion. But Emu, right, being someone that is, God's dominion, sovereign, above man, And if the Sea Devil, right, and the Devil Fruits are his incarnations, Emu should be able to use a wide array, if not just about every single Devil Fruit power that there is. That's just my personal belief. I mentioned that in the video. Um, there could be exceptions, though. For example, the god Devil Fruits, right? Those fruits in particular might be distinct and may not necessarily be products of Emu. I mean, we definitely need to figure out what's going on with Devil Fruits because they do seem, I don't know how they fit in fully, because some of these powers I just can't imagine Emu conjuring them unless Emu has trapped souls, right? Unless Emu took people and trapped their souls in Devil Fruits, or maybe when you die, you don't necessarily die. You know, Roger's words are becoming really relevant now. The Dami Reversi, which I'm mentioning in this video, is similar to turning the world upside down, right? We're literally seeing Emu, Dami Reversi, reverse the Dominion, reverse the world, and flipping things upside down. And then you see when the world is flipped, it becomes demonic, hellish. The devil is on top instead of God. And what's crazy is I don't know if anybody had thought of that theory before me. I know that's having conversation with people in the chat. Um, I think we did popularize that idea like way, way early on as a called the Vinland community, where we were talking about the devil and Lucifer and Luffy and Morning Star and all that kind of stuff. And this was around the time I think of the Seraphim, right? And I remember I had this idea. I said, what if the devil, what if Oda's rendition, right? This was around the time of the inversion theories as well. I think with O'Hara as well as Totally Not Mark. I think this is two of them, and they were like popularizing like the inverted concepts. And then I remember I had this random idea where I said, wait, hold on a second. What if this actually applies to these religious themes we've been seeing, right? And you flip the script, because why is Emu with the Sea Devil ruling the Holy Land? And then I thought to myself, okay, wait, the story of the Bible, right, is eventually is. And I'm not like a scholar on this, and I know many of you have like tried to correct me in the comment section before, but I remember back then I was saying that what if Oda's taken and created his own rendition of the Bible, so he flipped it, right, turned it upside down, where kind of used his own was it Dami Reversi, like Oda using Dami Reversi on the Bible itself, and he basically, instead of the devil losing and being cast down to hell, what Oda decided to do was basically a what if video, right? Like a what if One Piece video that some of you guys like. Some of the videos are really popular. But in Oda's case, it's a what if the devil won, right? What if instead of losing, what if the devil defeated God? What if the devil ascended and assumed the throne, and God, or in this case, the sun god perhaps, or maybe there was a god actually, right, was cast down to earth or heaven, right, or the blue sea, under the blue sea, or whatever, instead of what the original script is supposed to be. So in Oda's rendition of this, right, we're asking, is One Piece satanic? Which I posed that question in another video, kind of jokingly, but some people took it pretty serious. So serious they were asking me if they should continue watching One Piece, as if I was trying to steer them away. I mean, it was just a joke. But it is a mind-blowing concept when you think about it, Oda's just brilliant. The idea that he would think of, hey, he can make a whole story. You go from just like a pirate, this kid he has a mentor, he wants to be like Shanks, so then he wants to be his own pirate and surpass the Pirate King and sail for treasure and with his friends and everything, right? Just this, kind of like cool, innocent story. I know there's a debate over, is this a children's tale? Clearly it's not. I've seen Grand Line Review and others on Twitter, or call it X, whichever you call the site, Twitter X. I've seen them on there occasionally, not really beefing, but discussing the concept with others. Is this a lighthearted tale, or is it pretty dark, right, for what it was originally marketed as? I even joke that One Piece could be, in some respects, be considered a seinen, but yeah, we go from that to where we are now. And actually, I saw a lot of people online today saying, they weren't expecting One Piece to be like this. It's like a whole different story they're reading now that they're seeing, devils and demons and dark black magic, and these pentagrams and again the satanic elements, and even just Emu or Mu's whole vibe is just like very again sanine-ish. You want to make up that word, dark, foreboding, ominous. You as a reader feel almost as if it's like everybody's gonna die. Kind of like the vibes that Kaido had originally, but then Kaido wasn't. Kaido didn't deliver in the sense of dropping off body bags for us, and this is one that a lot of us really wanted to see. I don't know why Oda could not have just done that. Why couldn't Oda have just killed a bunch of, even if they're just like pointless characters, at least have Kaido be the bloodthirsty Oni, or part ancient giant, whatever that he's clearly seems to be descended from or was supposed to be. And then have Yamato, of course, be the more innocent one, even though she is, But, but yeah, going back to my original point, the pirate story, the innocence, and all of a sudden we have Emu. Someone even said like it reminded them of Black Clover, which I've never read or really read in full. I might have read like 2 or 3 pages, I think, of it. I think I've seen maybe 5 or 6 random episodes, and that's it. I just never really got into it. I don't know if it's really my style. Right? I've never been a fan of the overly, I think, fantasy, like magic, whatever type of anime. Like other examples would be fairy tale. I had never been a fan of that stuff, and not really into Black Clover or anything. But I could be mistaken. I think there might be other stuff. Like for example, Zatch Bell is like old, kind of old school. I might have been in middle school around that time, maybe, or high school. Can't remember. Um, or at least when it first came to the states. But yeah, so we're talking about the devil, the introduction of Emu or Mu, possessing the Gorosei and new transformations, so on and so on. But yeah, let's just move into the discussion for this live stream because I think I forgot. I think I forgot the initial point I was making. I think I captured most of the points, but there was an initial point I was gonna randomly go off on a tangent about, but it's really not that important. So we'll kind of just get into the discussion. But yes, chapter 1150, we see Emu doing things that are just downright insane. Uh, Again, the whole vibe of One Piece being altered compared to what a lot of us had originally experienced it as. I'd actually be interested in speaking to, I think many probably would have agreed with this or seen discussions on this in the community. The experience of new readers with the One Piece story, and then there's those of us that have been around. Well, not those of us because I haven't been around it since the beginning. Then there's those that people that have been around since the very beginning, kind of. I don't know if that'd be King of Lightning, Rogers Base for sure. Who else? Maybe Sawyer and other people, and then after him, and then Joy Boy, I think. I'm forgetting some people. And then after him came Barago and Barago's whole group, who I think eventually started their own stuff, maybe around the time of him or after him. Um, and then Brago blew up, and then I think after him came me, and then Morge and O'Hara. Obviously, O'Hara really took off with his whole change approach, and Morge as well, right? I think Morge has like a hold. If you look at his videos, like he has a hold on the community, his whole like business model. Whether people agree with the videos or not and stuff. But yeah. I forgot Grand Line Review also. Yeah, Grand Line Review. And there's some other people I'm forgetting to mention that are in between or before or after and stuff. Dax Sake came after. I think I mentioned Parvision. Who else? Dax Sake and I think Hidden Island. Um, there's other people also, but I think they stopped making videos. I think Sensei might have been one, but I think he went more mainstream with his more successful channel, which was, is it still called Sensei? I'm not sure. Who else? Who else? Forgetting his name. There was one guy who had like a lot of potential. People said, I don't know what happened. I think he had quit. His channel got hacked or something. Uh, I think he was like I forget his name. He was like tatted up like Trafalgar Law. But I can't remember his name right now. I think he's like probably one of the newest members to the YouTube One Piece community. But yeah, I can't remember what it is. And then JD Legend and some other people. But yeah, yeah, people have had different perspectives on the direction of the story overall, and the Gorosei. Yeah, that was my original idea: the direction of the story and the Gorosei. And people felt somewhat underwhelmed by what the Gorosei were able to do or what they had displayed their abilities to be. And we started off, I guess, somewhat the discussion of this live stream just to bring it all the way back. Another thought came back to me, and sometimes happens. Um, I think they have other powers we've yet to see. Oda really did not show us anything at all, if we're being honest. There were some skirmishes, some clashes. To some extent, it looked like he was showing off techniques. I mean, for example, what's his name again? The guy, I can't remember the names right now, but the guy with the long beard, right? He flew up. He had the flying, the flying yokai transformation. Sorry, I can't remember right now. I mean, there's Venus, there's Mercury, right? There's Mars, uh, there's Saturn, there's Saint Jupiter. How can I not remember this guy's name? He's obviously not Pluto, right? Pluto's not. Is it still considered a planet, or it's not considered a planet anymore? Uranus, ancient weapon. Um, yeah, Neptune. So Mercury, Venus. There's planet Earth. There is planet Mars. Mercury, Venus. Mars. Okay, that is bothering me. Let me try and look this up real quick. How am I can't remember this guy's name. Let me see. Can somebody in the chat actually mention it? Wait, you died. I'm doing 50 right now. I can't watch because I only reached till Kaido arc. You dads. Okay, alright, I appreciate it. You dads. Attach a theory and actually no, not a theory. Attach a question, and I will try and answer it without spoiling you. Okay, yeah. I don't know if you're still here, you dads. Whether you donated that $50 or not, I just put down appreciate it. And I don't know if you donated it to PayPal or not, but if you did, I'll go and check that shortly. And if you attach a question, you might have already done that or not, but if you attach a question, I'll try and answer without spoiling you. You mentioned that you've only reached the Kaido arc, which is crazy that you're subscribed to me, but I appreciate that anyways. Whenever you catch up, for sure, give me a holler if you want to chat sometime. Um, but yeah, don't send a theory because but at this point in time, the theory is probably not a theory really. A theory anyway, it's probably already been answered. But you can just like ask me a general question about Kaido or One Piece or something, and I'll try to answer without spoiling you. Okay, Denon Kushi says Marcus Mars Itsumade. I appreciate that, Denden. Saving the trouble of looking that up. Yeah, so the Itsumade, I was really impressed by that. The Itsumade shooting out those beams and like blasting them everywhere. and he probably wasn't even really trying, right? Like the destructive power, because people were trying to. I was one of the people that was trying to compare the Gods Knights with the Gorosei, and um, also because probably I was initially underwhelmed by some of the things I'd seen. But then obviously, again, when you just let cooler heads prevail, you realize the Gorosei are definitely leagues above, right? Set the age aside, that's irrelevant because immortality. Um, and again, they're mythical Zoan or one second, you deads. The mythical Zoan or demon yokai, whatever the transformation is, probably functions similar to a mythical Zoan, right? So enhanced durability, speed, strength. The additional powers are not just a Zoan, but a paramecia, in some cases Logia, um, especially because, again, the regeneration and immortality stuff functions similar to Marco. And so, um, yeah, the Gorosei are definitely, I think, all of them even. I mean, Saturn's kind of a gray area. Yeah, let's set Saturn aside. I don't think we've got to see everything Saturn could actually do. He wasn't really focused, and Oda just kind of wanted to discard him. One of the theories I even mentioned this is because he's I mean, an arachnid, a spider, but in most laymen, in the common person's mind, Saturn is even if it's not the appropriate scientific term, Saturn's kind of an insect or a bug, right? You see a spider, you're not thinking of the biological, animal classification. You're thinking of, hey, there's a bug, there's an insect, let it go, let it be, or crush it, right? And you see how all the Gorosei and Emu and whatever, they speak about uh, lesser beings or those that they despise or view as inferior, or things to be discarded as insects, right, or bugs. Um, and so it wasn't necessarily a surprise that you could probably predict that Saturn was given that power, that transformation, because Emu was going to dispose of him. And so people are now looking at Saint Jupiter, right? And they're saying, hey, Saint Jupiter is a worm, right? A sandworm. Again, I don't know if that's a similar thing as what classification that would fall under, but you see a worm, you see a spider, you think insect, bug, even if it's not necessarily the right classification. So let me go to you dads real quick. He said the link doesn't work. I can do it manually right with the name BizVillain1. So yeah, I've heard people say that. I'm not sure. Oh, it worked? Okay, word. Appreciate that, you dads. Yeah. I don't know what goes on with it sometimes. I clicked on like earlier today, wanted to post it right here, and it'll go to like a frozen screen. I don't know if that was your experience, and you can't really like see anything, and I had to reload it or something. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to go on another computer and then like try it out without having any connection to my own profile. But yeah, I appreciate that, my guy. It definitely means a lot. Raise enough, we'll get this audio fixed, and we will definitely be taking off. The crazy thing is that the audio. I remember really early on, one of my main issues for anyone that's an aspiring One Piece YouTube, one of my main issues was uh, I think the marketing aspect from the thumbnails, right? And so this is a shout out to Eric Terlato, um, from the I think he still does the Red Force podcast. I'm not sure. He's like a part of like Brago's BA gang or crew. He used to always be in the live streams or discussions with them. I used to join occasionally and stuff, but my life happens, got busy and stuff. But yeah, he draws a lot. He's a very talented animator, drawing. He did an animation for me. At one point, I just haven't gotten around to using it yet, for like a different channel. We'll see what happens with it. Uh, but what else? And apparently now he does like he got hired, maybe I'm not sure, to work with the One Piece Toei animation studio. Some of you guys have probably heard about that. He got a bunch of followers now on Twitter or X. But yeah, Eric's doing big things. Shout out to him. But yeah, I bring him up because early on, he gave me some advice because my thumbnails, right? So this is advice to any of you aspiring creators, whether it's One Piece, other anime, manga content, or just videos in general. He told me I'd probably get more traction if I well, setting the actual content aside because it's to each their own, but for the actual thumbnails, he said it's a total mess. So I had so much like random junk, too many things on there, distracting, And as soon as I changed my thumbnail and stuff like that, is when with the thumbnail approach is when the videos started doing a little bit better back then. But yeah, that aside, besides that part, we just need to get the audio perfected. I don't know what my issue with the audio is because I see other, One Piece YouTubers in general, they got smooth, crisp audio. I've had people, that subscribe and watch the videos have tried to like help me and give me some tips before, but I just never, like they probably knew what they were doing, right? But I just couldn't deliver on my end. So probably best if I just get an audio engineer to show me some simple steps, write it down so I can do it on my own, but also just have it done in house by them, where they come over to my place and set it up. Let's see. I can go back to these comments before we go any further. Let's start from. All right, yeah. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it again. Yeah, it says enjoy your stream. I'll catch up to you very soon, villains, sir. Okay, yeah. You have a good night, my guy. Justin Dosser says, what do you all think Garling's new ability would be? So Sai, right? Because they know Sai, he had probably one of the best, I think. Like I don't know, like just came like out of nowhere, right? He had a theory about I can't believe nobody thought of this before, but it's like brilliant. Vampires, right, and werewolves. And I know a lot of people are like, "Yo, that's a really good idea," right? Because historically, and if Oda's, aware of mythology and history, I doubt that he would miss up the chance, right? Which is what Sai jumped on for his theory video. He would miss up the chance for a vampire to go up against a werewolf. Now, of course, not all One Piece theories are going to be exactly spot on, right? So, what ended up, I think, happening is they're not actually werewolves, but they have like a wolf-natured family. Like they're ferocious, they're wild. You can't tame them. A good thing to like take a leap off that from is if they're untamable. It's because as we see this chapter 1001, chapter 1150, right? And well, let's say 1149 and 1150. So the end of 1149 all the way throughout 1150. We see Emu, right? God's Advent, which in the next video I'm working on, it mentions like God's arrival. I think that's what it kind of translates into. It says God's Dominion. So God's Dominion, God's Advent apparently has some connection. The sovereign rules over man, a spirit, or tames man's spirit, right? The ultimate conqueror, the supreme being. I've actually even in a lot of my videos kind of like teased at the idea, the concept of the color of the supreme king, and always wondering what does that mean, right? The color of the supreme king, and this red blackish color is supposed to be, I think, associated with the supreme king, right? And so I said to myself, what if there's actually like a supreme king in One Piece? What if Emu Narona, or Mu, or the king of the world, whatever, is the supreme king, right? The ultimate conqueror, who basically, conquered the four seas, the Grand Line, the Red Line, right? He wiped out all the gods that apparently used to be on the Holy Land, put gods in quotes, subjugated a bunch of them, wiped a bunch of them out, like a form of like ethnic cleansing. It reminds me kind of like, Lord of the Rings, and it's like, I forgot what the saying is. It says, one ring. If you know in the chat, like, feel free to write it out, or not if you don't want. It's probably pretty long. But it says, like, what? One ring to rule them all. Yeah, what is it again? It's like, one ring to rule them all. One ring to guide them. Something, something, something. It's really cool. I like good quotes, right? That's one of my, what's the phrase for it? Not hobbies. Is it like personality traits? I don't know what the expression is again, but yeah, there's something about me. I'm really big into quotes, or like moving or impactful speeches. Words that have like value or meaning. And Oda does a good job of that. Throughout his story at different points in time, and in the darkness bind them. Nice, nice. Yeah, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, they have a lot of great moments. Of course, there's what's his name again? My brother actually had texted you earlier, like probably like 3 hours ago. Had texted me a brief scene from where I think it's Gandalf, right? He has his staff and he smacks that guy. That's like who that one king whose whole body was like just ravaged because he was being possessed, which is a great actually. It's a great not to say segue, but it connects with our discussion today of Emu, right? Possessing people, and we see the toll it can take on them over time in terms of their humanity, and then obviously you can't survive without them. We saw that with the one king that was being possessed in that one Lord of the Rings movie. I think it was what the second movie, right? Yeah, I think it's the second movie where it happens. Maybe. Yeah, he hits a guy with a staff, and then whatever was possessing him is just like banished from him, right? Maybe that's what the strides have to do to defeat the Gods Knights. But yeah, my brother texted me that scene, and there's a whole speech I think that goes along with that. I don't know it's from Gandalf. I don't know it's from the King that's now revived. I think after he leads his men to battle, right? Yeah, yeah, I think he does, and he says, "Oh man, I can't remember that right now." That is definitely one of the most epic, like battlefield speeches before you go out and charge. Because there's also the one guy, Braveheart, right? Um, like, is that from Ireland or something? Scotland? And then he also says something. I love scenes like that, where they're about to rush into battle or they're outnumbered and then they come and get saved from the other flank. It happens so often, but you never get tired of it. And you see that in Lord of the Rings too. Aragon, or whatever his name is. Uh, the hobbits, right, have great speeches. Even the villains, right? To be fair, right? Solomon and them. But yeah, let's get back to One Piece. I'll make this a Lord of the Rings stream. So Bully says, please discuss Imu's Delphic ancient power. Okay, so yeah, let's get back to Imu now. Let's like really get the video started because I have some tabs opened and some ideas this year. Not too many ideas because I don't want to give the videos that I'm working on away. I mean, we probably only have another chapter or two before we go on another break, which will give me some time to pump out some content. Um, 'Cause that's usually when I can manage to get like content that's not overly specific to the current chapter out. Again, that one Blackbeard video has been sitting in the tank for a while, kind of a while. I definitely want to get that out before anything gets revealed related to it because I have so many videos that have just been sitting there over the course of, obviously, the health issues over the year. So a bunch of stuff I did not even get to work on yet. Some of it is now relevant, but a bunch of it is still relevant. And then even prior to that, like from a year or two ago, things that are still very much relevant because they refer events that are towards the end of the story, or things that have not happened yet. And the other issue is that as we speak, there's other ideas that are coming to mind that I'll write out that I need to still get out like in the present moment as well, right? So things just pile up and pile up and pile up. But the cool thing is that I can actually turn some of the videos that might not have too much content for them, right? So I don't want to like just force it to make it long, right? Because that wouldn't be fair to you viewers. And so I can maybe turn some of those into like short, like Patreon videos, and then once they're on Patreon. So one of the things you might not be aware of for those that aren't signed to the Patreon is there's videos that are just exclusive to Patreon, right? And they'll never really appear on YouTube. But then there's other videos that will be on Patreon, a minority of them. The majority will only be on Patreon, but there'll be a minority that will, uh, maybe let's say like what, 25 or 20% maybe. Yeah, so one out of every five videos I think that goes on Patreon will be put onto the Vinland Leaks channel, which is like the Vinland Leaks podcast. Someone alter the name, I don't know yet. Uh, but yeah, one out of every five videos on Patreon, if I think it's relevant or something, I'll put it over on the Vinland Leaks channel, as well as entirely doing some things for the Vinland Leaks channel that won't be on Patreon either. So there's gonna be a bunch of stuff everywhere, uh, and we're really gonna get started again on these entirely. I think. Well, I mean, it's not overly game changing, but I think it will be a breath of fresh air, to use that expression. however overused it might be, in terms of like the kind of One Piece content that we regularly get to consume. So yeah, let me do what. I want to make sure I open PayPal to see if anyone sent theory requests for me to read off, and then also to talk about Emu. So what are the discussions about Emu right now? So yeah, so one of the main things I want to say about Emu is I think we finally now have a confirmation that Mu is detached from Emu, in the sense that when Mu's first mentioned, it's with Emu, right? He walks out, sits on the empty throne, looking down on Cobra, and then he says, Mu will speak to you now. And some people, right, that speak the Japanese and so on, was saying, okay, it's like Emu speaking in kind of the third person, a childish tone. Others were saying, nah, we can probably take this quite literally, where this is actually a different person or being, more than one person inhabiting this one body, right? And so we now have confirmation to an extent, I think, right? We'll probably get even more, but right now I think it's a 90% chance. So it's 90% given that Mu is not Emu, Emu is not Mu. These are different people. Unless like split personalities, who knows? But yeah, even in that case, one could argue from a science, it would be a science fiction or just a philosophical vantage point, that those are still two different people. When you think of the nature of the mind, right, and split personalities, each personality is a distinct individual. They're not exactly all you. That's one frame of thinking that some philosophers or sci-fi heavy people have. But anyways, uh, in my opinion, I think that, and I think others might share this opinion as well, Mu is most likely the name of the sea devil, or whatever power or devil fruit or whatever being is in possession of Imu's body. And the funny thing is, this is something actually mentioned in the script for the next video. Um, as wild as it sounds, is very likely, so we have the possession theories of Nefertari D. Lily. And make sure I said that name instead of Vivi in the script. But Nefertari D. Lily, right? So people believe that Imu somehow took over Lily's body. That may or may not be the case. That's just based on the reaction of Cobra, and then also like the silhouette, right, of Lily and the crown, and just certain things that resemble the design uh, of the King of the World Emu, or Emu and Rona currently. It's similar to Nefertari D. Lily as depicted by Oda in silhouette form. And so essentially what we have here then is Emu somehow possessing or in the body of Lily, while at the same time Mu is possessing or somehow in the body of Emu, and therefore Lily, right? So you got three people, um, all conjoined, or mixed up together somehow, which is crazy. And the interesting thing, actually, when you think about that, and this is what's really strange to me, because people have been trying to figure out what is the potential connection between Emu and Blackbeard, right? Um, yeah, so let me repeat that. So people have been trying to figure out what is the potential connection between Emu and Blackbeard. You have Blackbeard, you have the three skulls, you have, and I've already shared many thoughts on the three skull thing in a bunch of different videos. I'm sure you guys have seen that on the connection to ancient giants and stuff like that. More on that to come. But people have also thought about the number three. So back during Jaya, right? I think it was Jaya, and you have Zoro. So you have Luffy, Zoro, Nami. You have the three. If you go back to the chapter, some of you can probably open it now. Some of you might be driving. You might not be able to do it, so I'll just describe it to you. You have. I'll pull up on screen actually. Put this down here, and I'll get to the PayPal thing in a moment. Let's see if I can do this. One Piece chapter. Let's see. Zoro, Luffy, Nami, Blackbeard. All right, Google, don't pull up anything crazy on me now. I wonder if I can, quick settings. Oh, nice. So blurring is on. All right, word. That's okay. Let me see if I can find this. Here we go. Let's use this one for now. What's going on here? Okay, I mean, I guess this is the best we can do. So, if you follow my cursor on the screen, right? I mean, you guys have already seen this panel. So, again, let's describe it for those of you that are just listening. We have, Blackbeard saying what's that squeaky noise? Yeah, so we have Blackbeard saying, a man's dream will never die. And then we see him facing off against three people, right? It's Luffy, Zoro, Nami. And then we have the three exclamation marks situated right there. I mean, I think Oda does things for a reason. And of course, we have when Luffy and Zoro are walking off, they say it's not, what is it? What does it say again? It's not him, it's them. Yeah. How do I get out of this? How do I get away from you? Yeah. No, that one. It should be over here. Okay, that didn't really work. Is that really the best we can do? You can't zoom in anymore. Nope. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to zoom in this image. Open image in new private tab. Yeah. So so this is basically that very old theory. It still remains to be seen whether or not it's going to bear out, but what we see here is Luffy and Zoro saying it's them. Cool thing about this as well, right? When you look at Zoro, three sword style, three earrings, right? Another connection to three. I think how many scars or cuts does Luffy have on his hat? This is after, right? This is definitely after his encounter with Buggy. Of course it is. I could be wrong. I mean, I don't want to type that in and keep on looking. I probably could do that actually. Let me just go ahead and do that. All right, Google. Luffy, Buggy, hat, cut. Yeah. All right. So if you guys can see this right here too, right? So we just saw that Zoro, three sword style, three earrings, right? Or yeah, three earring, whatever you call those things. And now we see Luffy. People ask what would the three be in his case, and then we see that his hat was actually cut the same way as Blackbeard cutting or leaving a scar on Shank's eye, right? So Shank's left eye has the three slash marks, right, over it. Obviously, Shanks is not present in this, but for this particular parallel drawing. But Zoro, three earrings, three sword style. Luffy has the three slash marks for his hat, and can I go? Open. Why does it always keep on asking you to sign in? I don't know why they do that. It's them. Okay, yeah. So Luffy, 3, or has a connection to 3. Zoro has a connection to 3. Nami's the third person to join the crew, right? My memory's kind of One Piece has been going on for so long now. My memory's kind of fading out. Sorry. So yeah, Luffy has the 3 cuts in his hat. Zoro has the 3 earrings, the 3 sword style. If Nami's the third person to join the crew, then that means Nami also has a connection to 3 then. Let me just type that in so I don't sound like an idiot and end up being wrong. Nami, third member to join Straw Hat Pirates. Nami, third member to join. Yeah, so it says Nami is considered, I mean, that's AI, gets it wrong sometimes. Let me look down further. Yeah, Nami's the third member. I was about to say, what? It says Nami's the third member and she's the most powerful Straw Hat crewmate. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. She can beat up anyone on the crew bar Jinbei because what? Oh, because Jinbei's a boss. That's crazy. Anyways, let's go back. Back. Okay. But yeah, so just to wrap it up with that, Luffy, 3 slash marks in his hat, connection to Blackbeard, of course, because the 3 scars over Shanks' eye, left eye. And then we have Zoro, 3 earrings, 3 sword style. Nami, 3 because she's the third person to join the crew. And we see in that prior image, what I can go back to right now, because I already skipped that, but we see Luffy, Zoro, Nami, all with connections to 3, with the 3 exclamation points, right, towards the bottom. Oda did that deliberately. And there's 3 of them obviously standing there, all in front of Blackbeard, who has long been connected to the number 3. The 3 skulls and the Jolly Roger. People have theories about 3 devil fruits, whether he already has a third one that's been hidden, or if he's in pursuit of it. Maybe there's something wrong with the third one he currently has and he doesn't even know how to use it. Who knows what's going on with that, right? We'll definitely find that out shortly. But yeah, it's interesting that he has that connection to 3s, right? Because, and I think this is the idea that I was originally about to mention, I'm pretty sure. If not, it'll probably come back to me shortly. But, 3 devil fruits for Blackbeard, and yet then there's Emu, who, I don't know if I mentioned earlier in the stream, but then there's Emu, who I do think should have access to every devil fruit power imaginable, as a means of being a final boss, if that's going to be the case. If not, and given the fact that we're already getting to see, Emu make a move, although maybe Emu operating through possession or through the body of somebody else pales in comparison to what Emu can actually do. And that's what's going to be crazy. If Emu in the body of Gunko is giving Gear 5, advanced conquerors at a level to surpass, Kaido, with only, Shanks and a few other characters in the story probably rivaling it. If Emu, by possessing Gunko's body, is able to either defeat or give Luffy a run for his money before losing, then that's going to speak very highly of Emu as a final or endgame villain. And the question we'll be able to ask ourselves is, do we think that Blackbeard, right, would be able, Blackbeard has the Yami Yami no Mi, but do we think besides that, would Blackbeard be able to, take on Gunko? Because Gunko, I think, specifically has a devil fruit power, as stated. What's interesting is Shamrock. I think, based on Oda's portrayal, and there's an assessment, right? You can imagine that Shamrock is aware of how strong Loki is. We know the legends. I think Shamrock definitely knows that his brother is the one that defeated Loki back when he was weaker, by the way. I mean, Loki's probably stronger now as well. Being in sea stone that long, staying alive, enduring, weathering the elements, that's definitely going to build up an incredibly strong will over time. It doesn't look like he's gotten tremendously skinny, right? He's definitely being fed, despite his punishment. We got to find out what's going on with the eyes, and whether or not, excuse me, and whether or not the eyes are, he's lost his sight as punishment based on the mythology of Loki, and the snake venom, or whether or not that's just a character design, or if it's related to some kind of ability that Loki's going to develop as a result of his near blindness. But yeah, Shamrock's interaction with Loki basically kind of gives a sense that Shamrock is stronger or as strong as Loki, right? Shamrock might be kind of cocky, he might be overestimating himself and his own ability, looking down on the lesser beings, right? Compared to himself as in his godly status. It would be interesting to see what Shamrock and his actions here with everybody else could be misleading us, right? What we got to see sometimes in instances like this is, how does Shamrock's father feel about him, right? This would be similar to what's his name, Judge Vinsmoke, treating his children differently. But then when Sanji comes back and flexes on all of them, you can clearly tell that Judge realizes that his strongest son, his most successful son, is the one that he had discarded, right? The one that had all the emotions and so on. I need to write that down, actually. I'll text myself. That's a good idea. But yeah, I had an idea for a video. But in the case of what's his name? Yeah, Fiegel and Garling. We do got to see how he interacts with both Shamrock as well as Shanks. I mean, without question, in my opinion, Shanks is not just stronger than Shamrock, but way stronger than Shamrock. He has to be. But that would just kind of make the character dynamic a little strange, wouldn't it? Because the way that Shamrock is moving is as if he's on the same level as his brother. And the fact that Shamrock has a devil fruit sword. I know people are thinking, Shanks might have a devil fruit sword, Griffin, whatever. I wouldn't necessarily mind so long as he doesn't use it, against Mihawk in any of their duels or anything, right? Because if it's in the sword and you never use it, then you're not really getting an advantage, right? I don't think that'd be a big problem. But at the same time, would it take away from Shanks' character? I think slightly. Just given how he was built up to an extent, but we'll see what happens, right? There is something that I thought of in, I think it was the Film Red movie, and maybe like other scenes where it's kind of hinted at. Why, for example, how did Shanks get to Marineford so fast? I mean, if there's a griffin in his sword, that would explain it, right? Not just necessarily flight, but just moving incredibly fast with your sword. If there's a way for you to like unleash that the griffin and like attach it to your ship, or share its abilities with the ship somehow. What else could it possibly do? I think even in the Film Red movies, we temporarily see Shanks fly, but I mean, a lot of them are flying, so I don't know. But just the way that Shanks moves sometimes, right? His speed, and like he's like levitating or floating, it feels like gravity's kind of nothing to him. A griffin sword would explain that, but again, that would be Shanks kind of relying on a devil fruit power, wouldn't it? And so, as much as we would like to say, well, this is his sword and he can do it on his own, I do think that would kind of create some controversy. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I just do like the parallel though of the name Griffin versus Cerberus, right? One is the guard dog of hell, and then Griffin is a guardian of I think, or pulls the chariot of Apollo, I think, right? And some tellings, I think there's a griffin or griffins. I'm not sure. But yeah, pulling the chariot of Apollo, the sun god, versus up there in the sky near the heavens versus Shamrock's sword, Cerberus, right? Being a guard dog of hell for Emu and for the Sea Devil. So yeah, a nice contradiction. What's crazy though is Shamrock's ability having three. He says my sword, and then he has a three-headed dog, three blades, and for the bite marks and slashing you. And then you see that Shanks has those three scars over his eye, but he didn't get it from his brother Shamrock, right? He gets it from Blackbeard, clearly based on what he said to Whitebeard. So I'm just wondering if, even though it doesn't come from Shamrock, is Oda trying to hint at something by giving that type of weapon to Shank's brother, like his evil half or evil twin? I'm not sure. Okay, so I promised I would go check out the PayPal thing. I gotta go through, see if any theories are mentioned there. Just give me 1 second, you guys. I'm gonna load this up. PayPal. And I'm gonna start answering your guys' questions shortly. It's gonna go on a long tangent. A long ramble. It's how do I do this? So yeah, once I check this, we'll come back and I'll answer as many questions as I can that I didn't miss from the top, and I'll go to the bottom. One thing I wanted to say really quick about Shepard Sommers, just to leave you guys with this thought, is that Shepard, right? The thing about Shepard is I think he's the most embarrassing and probably the biggest letdown of all the Gods and Knights so far. I mean, I think from Jump, when people saw his Vine ability, they kind of got the sense that Oda was just kind of like discarding him. I mean, there's a lot of creative stuff you can do with vines, but I think for the Gods Knights, and you want to have a group of sound people, especially as we head towards the end of the story, especially given the reaction as we mentioned with the Gorosei early on, right, and how some people felt let down by that, and I had a more like positive outlook. Like we didn't get to see much from the Gorosei, right? This is what I reminded people whenever I chatted with them. And they have hybrid forms, and we also know that they can advance in their stages. I have a video on this that I think is going to be shocking. It's one of the Emu videos or whatever. And Emu can possess them and obviously advance them as well. We see Emu in chapter 1150, kind of scold Killingham, right? Whatever his full name is, saying, is this the true extent of your dream demon powers? It's pathetic, right? Telling him to get his game up, and if he can't do it on his own, Emu will just kind of possess you and advance you. But yeah, stay tuned for that video. It's not the video that I think I'm releasing tomorrow, but I could probably make it the next one. And then yeah, I just gotta make sure I get these videos out in order. But yeah, give me 1 second, and I will be back to answer the chat and your questions. So get a text. Okay. Let's see, Justin Doser. I'm gonna start right here actually. Is my audio working? I think it's working. Yeah, my voice is going up, down, down. Audio output capture. You know, it's funny. I should have brought this on screen. I wanted to ask you guys what you thought of. I don't know if anybody has seen this. I don't know if you're on Facebook, if you're on again Twitter, X, whatever you call it, or TikTok. There's some like dance from the anime of Kuma and like Kuma as a slave, right? It was like basically Kid Kuma and his father, right, as a slave before the celestial dragon, murks him. And he's doing the Nika dance, right? And you have a bunch of people that were doing the dance as well. And I think it's because Geo on Twitter had liked this, why I saw it, as well as somebody else. And a bunch of people are imitating the dance that Kuma's father was doing, and apparently somehow it became this like big controversy. I don't understand it. Like everything's a controversy nowadays. But yeah, I mean, I thought it was cool. Like anything that spreads One Piece around. I don't care how cringe or out there it could be necessarily. I mean, obviously there's going to be limits to what people support and stuff, but I didn't see any problem with it for those that know what I'm talking about. But yeah, anyways, Justin Doser, I'm just going to quickly start right here before I scroll to the top. Says, Vinland, I appreciate that you're the only One Piece YouTuber to have mentioned Black Sails, man of real taste. Is this taste? Yeah. Cheers. Cheers to you too, Justin. And actually, Justin, I think I remember your name. I think you do sometimes leave comments under videos, right? Or we've interacted before, I'm pretty sure. I remember that name. But yeah, I don't know if I'm the only one that's mentioned Black Sails. I think I find it hard to believe, given that it's a pirate, pirate manga, anime, pirate TV show. Black Sails, I watched it's like 5 seasons, right? 3 seasons, more. I'm not sure. However, I watched every season. The characters are great. The acting's great. I was obsessed with the show. I think I actually remember. I don't know when it first came out. I don't know if it came out back when I was in high school or like early years of past college, but I remember it. So it's kind of like this with One Piece too, where I initially got into it and then I just wasn't feeling it at first. But then when you go back to it, you're so grateful that you didn't drop it entirely and gave it a chance. That's how it was with One Piece for me. My little brother actually was big on One Piece, and I never was at first. I didn't get it. I was more into Naruto and some other stuff, right? And Hunter x Hunter, of course. But then I gave it a chance, and then also things like Tokyo Ghoul and stuff. But then I gave it a chance, and I was like, wow, this show is really good. And I think it has to do with the power system, and that's one of the things. Like at first, when One Piece starts, Luffy, even though he's funny and goofy, you don't really know him yet, so you don't come to love him as a character until a little time passes for some people. Some people maybe immediately do, but I think I was one of those that it took at least maybe 6, 7 chapters, right? Probably past into the Zoro part or whatever. But yeah, it's one of those series that took some time for me to grow on. I remember seeing my brother one time. We were at the library, and sometimes you go to the library, you're supposed to be studying on the computer, and you're actually just watching stuff instead. And he was watching the Marineford War, and I'm looking over. I'm like, yo, what is this? I thought it was incredible. I said, yo, this is awesome. What is this show? And he said, oh, it's One Piece. I'm like, wait, how did One Piece go from what I was watching, the first few episodes, to this? So then that's when I decided to just start binging. And I watched everything, right? I was watching a bunch of episodes back to back to back. And at first I wasn't sure whether I should watch it in the dub or the sub. And then it became pretty clear that the English sub was so much better than the dub. Like One Piece was one of those shows where, in my opinion, you got to watch it subbed. I don't know if the dubbed is better nowadays. They got new voice actors or whatever. They, finally figured out how to approach, One Piece in a way that's actually dubbed good. Because there's a lot of anime out there, right? That the dubbed, or just being in English or whatever language naturally, or that's natural to you, is actually better than the no offense to the Japanese people, right? Because I'm sure they do a good job too, but there's some anime out there where the English dub or whatever is so much better than the original Japanese recording, in my opinion, or just as good, right? Which is funny because like I think if you're like really into anime or shows like that sometimes, I'm definitely not a weeb, right? I've never like called myself that or anything, but more power to the people that choose to do that. There's definitely a lot of like anime and manga that I have not watched and need to definitely find time to do so. Just only so much time in the day, right? I have like a whole list of things that hopefully I get some time to finish. I still have to finish Attack on Titan. I still have to finish like My Hero Academia. I think when did I stop? I stopped around the time of when we meet that Hawk person, right? And the whole competition and new heroes and that kind of stuff, yeah. And then also the fire ice guy's father is starting to make some moves. So I probably only read a quarter of My Hero Academia based on that. Um, yeah. The only manga I think I finished besides keeping up with One Piece would probably be Tokyo Ghoul. It's definitely one of my favorite series. And then I know that uh, my other favorite one would be what's it called again? Hunter x Hunter, right? Togashi. I don't know if they said his condition's getting better, would be incredible news, right? If he really is able to really come back and like commit somewhat fully, like obviously like not to a point where he's gonna become sick again or whatever. Um, but yeah, I haven't been keeping up too much with it, even though it's one of my other favorite series. Um, but yeah, that I've kind of fallen back on too in terms of the Dark Continent because the releases have been like so sporadic. But there's probably a lot for me to like go back and read now and catch up on, so that'll be great. Um, but yeah, the only other series I think that I'm close to having finished, right, which goes to show that I'm not uh, I'm still into anime and manga. Obviously, I'm just not as like involved as I used to be, right, given life and stuff. But I think the only other series would be Attack on Titan. I'm probably only 15 chapters behind, maybe. Um, I started Kingdom, and I think I read 20 chapters, and it's incredible. But again, only so much time in a day, and I don't want to sound redundant. There's just only so much time to read and watch all this stuff. I've actually watched, I think, more anime now than I've read manga. This isn't anime related, and I'm gonna get back to the English stuff in your comments shortly. But I just wanted to say this. Uh, I don't know if you guys are big on Arcane. I think Arcane is one of the most beautiful uh, pieces of fiction that I've ever seen, or nonfiction, right? Fiction, yeah, it's fiction, yeah. That I've ever seen. One of those beautiful pieces of animation, uh, the storytelling, the characters. It's just it's season two, right? I just finished season two the other day, right? Grown man shedding shedding a few tears here and there over different scenes during that show. It's just they did a remarkable job. Um, they might have even I think they outdid season one, and there's definitely season three. I don't know how many seasons there are going to be because I heard this it's based off a game, right? League of Legends. So I don't know exactly how much material there is for them to milk, but there's a lot of money in that show. So I'm sure they want to go as far as they can without betraying, the writers, craft. Um, so we'll see how far the writers can take it. But I won't speak on it too much because I don't want to spoil anybody that obviously hasn't uh, gotten around to watching it yet. And if you can, like, avoid describing anything in the chat. If anybody's still here, I don't know how many people are still here. I can't really see right now. Um, But yeah, let me get to back to One Piece and reading these prior comments and questions, and then we'll resume our discussion. Okay. So how do I go back to how do I shrink this? I don't know how I do this. The devil is a square on as a tail. Together you'll find everything that we're looking for. Come aboard and along your hopes and dreams. Together we will find everything that we're looking for. And come aboard and bring along all your hopes and dreams. And come aboard and bring along all your hopes and dreams. Together we will find everything that we're looking for. Okay, bully. I tried to sing that one a little bit. It was more like a hum. I don't. What's that from again? I don't know what it's from. Natter Birch says, sounds like butchered Bavarian. Okay, so this is back when we were doing our testing phase. Okay. Is the music still down enough, or? Yeah. Okay. And Bully says, the music feels like black magic. Yeah. We are currently in Emu's inverted world. Deninkushi says someone's about to get summoned. Let's see. Bully says this is what Sabo heard when he was in the castle. Maybe, probably when he was in the when he was in the hallway, and those guards were talking about the Lost Phantom Chamber, where people were disappearing. It's crazy because Imu does seem to have two sides to him, right? One's peaceful, and then one is absolutely chaotic with murderous intent and just utter violence unleashed on the world with sheer havoc. However many ways to describe it, right? I mean, even the way he just like whips out the dagger and the sawed-off shotgun, and I think that's what it was, right? whatever that was called. I saw a funny meme. Someone had a video online. I don't know. I don't know what it was in reference to. It was basically a guy just showing off all his like different like guns and knives, and basically Emu. That's what type of timing Emu's on. Um, but yeah, I do like how Oda took Emu, or has taken Emu, and with his ability, depicted so far the devil, perhaps the sea devil, Mu, as a being or creature of sheer violence, right, or pure violence. Basically saying the devil is like violence incarnate, right? War, and we're in Elbeth, Warland, right? Land of War, whatever. Um, the old ways of the giants that they're trying to leave behind. Who knows what type of time Imu comes from or where Mu comes from? The demon world might be a world where, as is typically depicted in a lot of anime series, where demons are constantly, in battle, right? Endless battle amongst different demons. Yu Hakusho is a great example of this, where you had Taguro, I believe his name was. He wanted to go to the demon world and fight all the demons that are fighting each other and everything. Or he actually had gone to the demon world, right, and survived. Maybe. Then there's also that other detective who was apparently similar to Yusuke Urameshi, right? And except he ended up getting or turning to the dark side, I think, as a detective. I wouldn't be surprised if because so in my upcoming video I talk about Nika as a parallel now to Mu, sun god Nika, sea devil Mu, if that is what's going on here. And then we have Joy Boy, and then we have Imunarona. Joy Boy obviously has a real name that we're not aware of, but Joy Boy's what people are calling him. And then there's Imunarona. Uh, and then obviously the people that inherit their wills would be Luffy, and possibly, I guess, Blackbeard. Maybe. I mean, I don't know, because Blackbeard is supposed to be walking in the footsteps of Roxy Zebek. Although, in one of the videos also, I talk about this too. It's kind of, not as convoluted, but I try to connect the ideas as best I can. Given Imu's immortal and has lasted beyond his era, right, into perpetuity, and so an era that has been in hiding in plain, well, kind of in plain sight, but you're just not, noticing it, right? There's someone sitting in that seat, but like you just can't tell, right? Just because the seat is vacant right now doesn't mean it doesn't belong to somebody, right? Um, and so just because the era has appeared vacant doesn't mean that it doesn't belong to somebody. Somebody's been sitting in this era all along. And so no matter who's tried to sit in that seat, fill those shoes in a way, it's never worked out because somebody's already sitting there. Right? It's like when you try to sit in a chair. I don't know if you ever had that experience before and you weren't paying attention, didn't realize that somebody was already sitting there. So you end up, right, as awkward as it is, almost sitting in somebody's lap. Yeah. Usually happens, I think, between friends and siblings. I can't imagine that happening with a stranger. I probably have to leave the building or something, but like, oh, nah. But yeah, so Sun God Nika, Sea Devil Mu, Joy Boy, Imunarona. Joy Boy supposedly died, but concocted this genius plan to survive, and in a way, immortality in his own way, right? Allowing him to endure into the present. The hockey knot, a part of his spirit, still around. Imu even uh, reacting, saying, Joy Boy, right? Voice trembling, body trembling, right? He's experiencing PTSD, kind of like with Kaido and Odin, where he's like, oh, I was scarred. That's, Odin's spirit or something. And then you have Imu, reacting similarly, like, oh, I could feel that. That was Joy Boy. Um, and so, yeah, in a way, Joy Boy has gone about his own immortality, but in a different sense, whereas Imu's immortality is more corrupting of the human spirit and what it means to be human, because death is a part of being human in a way. I always put death in quotes in real life when I talk about it with people, because death is an unknown. It's not actually a real thing. Dying is real in a way, right? Um, for those that have the unfortunate uh, happenstance of experiencing it. For other people, it's just like, kind of quick. Um, Although, kind of go on another tangent from more science perspective, people talk about how time might stop when that happens. So, is it really quick? Who knows, right? What exactly goes on, unless you've gone through it. But yeah, in the case of Imu, right, immortality, corrupting of the human spirit, detachment from death, which is a part of being human, is perhaps what Oda's arguing. Joy Boy, human, right? As far as we know, or not just human, right? You can use human can be interchangeable with mortal, right? So when we talk about the giants, right, we say human, right? Fishmen, human, even though they're fishmen, giants, such and such, minks, right? When we say human in the case of One Piece, we're talking about uh, that which connects all human beings, but in this case, that which connects all people that are mortal, right? So that's what I'm saying, and I'm sure that's what other creators say when they reference the human quality, uh, because it's not a quality that Oda has written as being unique to humankind, right? As far as I can tell, Oda has not really separated the human race of One Piece as a special race, as far as I know, which is interesting, right? Like, maybe Oda will go there and say that humans themselves have a special power, because why not, right? He's given minks, the electricity and the moon. He's given fishmen, water and, master of the currents and, you know, kind of like water bending and air bending water, whatever you want to call it. And I guess he can like speak to other fish and control them or stuff like that. Who knows? Um, I may even have that last part right or wrong when it comes to talking to the fish. I think it's right, but I don't know how regularly we've seen fishermen do it. I know that I think Jinbei could speak to sharks, right? Maybe. Got to refresh my memory. Uh, but yeah, we have the Lunarians, right? They have the flame. We still don't have enough explanation. That's definitely being reserved for, I think, a critical reason. Uh, but the brief encounter we had with a Lunarian on Onigashima when fighting Kaido's crew, we know that their bodies are uh, highly durable, akin to even dragon scales, right? Similar to like Kaido's durability, uh, even if not necessarily on the same level. We know, yeah, and they have that fire that appears, right? That flame that's in many ways it can't be extinguished. It reminds me of Whitebeard's final words, or a part of his final words on Marineford during that war, when he talked about an undying flame, I believe, or that flame will never die, something like that, if I'm referring to the right speech. Uh, and it's interesting that the Lunarians have this undying flame on, the back of them. And who else? We have the fishmen, we have the minks, we have the Lunarians. I'm sure there's some other groups of people as well. There's also, the Tantata, right? There's the, who else? Who else? Who are we missing? The Giants. So the Giants are big, but I do think there has to be some other quality to the Giants besides them just being, very large. And I've actually commented on this in one of the videos. It might have been a video I made where the audio's messed up because I was sick or whatever, so it wasn't just the audio, it was kind of my voice back then. Um, what I kind of pointed out, and I just say it here now, right? For those that didn't see that video, the Giants and their big hearts, right? And we're seeing that emotion is very important to the Elbaf arc. And there's a lot of emotions on display from these giants right now. Pride, and they care about their children a lot, right? Got a lot of crybabies out there, but their emotions do seem to be having an effect on other characters. Who knows if that's actually what's going on? I mean, we're going to find out eventually. I've been paying attention specifically to Colin. I said in one of the videos too that Colin is very important for this arc, and we're actually beginning to see that. For those of you that remember, give the video a like if you can. But I'm sure some of you remember the video where I talked about, I think, Luffy's new hockey or whatever, and I was talking about, I think, emotions in that, and the giants, and actually, I think I wrote giant hockey on the thumbnail. Yeah, I think it said giant hockey. And I said that Colin is going to be very important, right? We see Colin with Shanks. We know that Shanks is a hockey master. Oda went out of his way to put Colin, or Colin, whatever you call him, in a similar position as Luffy when they both interacted with Shanks at a bar and wanted to go travel with him to sea and yada yada. And Shanks' reaction is similar. It's Oda's way of kind of saying, hey, look, this Colin guy is special to Shanks, similar to Luffy. I mean, obviously not exactly the same, but don't sleep on him, right? Don't overlook Colin this arc. Because Colin's probably going to have moments that are similar. That are similar to Luffy in regards to Shanks. And in fact, even if Shanks doesn't necessarily come back to Elbaf, excuse me, my voice. I can drink some water. Even if Shanks doesn't, where do I put that water at? Even if Shanks doesn't necessarily come back to Elbaf, we might see that Oda's intention here is to have Luffy fulfill the role of Shanks, akin to Fuchsia Village, where Colin, so we see Colin recently cry out, right? And then his father, Scopper, right, is just total badass. He, right, when he used that technique, I forgot what it's called again, and I looked it up, and I was trying, like, some kind of song apparently, and I was trying to play it while reading the rest of the chapter, but the chapter ended too soon. Yeah, Scopper's been awesome, and he does have a Rayleigh kind of feel to him when you think about it. Like, I don't really see either of them as stronger than the other yet, because I mean, I think Rayleigh could be doing just about everything Scopper's doing right now. I mean, there definitely has to be some distinction. If it's similar to Zoro and Sanji, then I mean, Scopper should then be faster, right, than Rayleigh. Even though we know that Zoro has, like, blitz speed, so like when it's like just like rushing you, then maybe he's like Sanji speed level. But even then, I don't know. Sanji probably, Sanji can blitz people too, so and so can Luffy. I've even seen people say that they think that Gear 5 Luffy is faster than Sanji. I don't agree. I don't think I agree with that. But I'm not really big on the whole stats power versus whatever. So, who knows? Anything else to say? But yeah, so Colin's definitely be very important. Similar to Luffy, similar to Shanks. The setup's all there. If it parallels Fuchsia Village, you have these bandits that show up, mountain bandits, right? They're incredibly disrespectful. They move around like they're gods, right, amongst the villagers. And we're kind of seeing that now. I don't want to stretch the comparison too much because obviously it doesn't go all the way. But there's a moment where Luffy's crying out, right? And all of a sudden, Shanks appears. Very likely, Luffy's about to appear because he's going to have heard Colin cry out. They've become friendly with the giants, right? He's not going to be happy with what's going on with Dory and Brogy because they have a relationship. Let's see. And then there's another moment, obviously, where the bandit tries to escape with the child, right? In this case, Luffy, out to sea. and then I think Shanks like what follows them, and then obviously the bandit gets taken out by someone else entirely. Whether or not one of the Gods Knights tries to still escape with Gunko, sorry, not with Gunko, with Colin or one of the giant children, and whether Luffy or Shanks, right, intercepts, who knows. Um, but yeah, the key thing about that arc is the sentiment of nobody hurts a friend of mine. So will Shanks return to Elbaf? Or will Luffy handle the job before Shanks does? This would actually be very convenient in terms of Shanks acknowledging Luffy for real this time, right? Not just like, okay, I can't meet with him right now, or let's look at the One Piece for ourselves. If Shanks returns to Elbaf and he's not fully aware of Luffy being there, although look, observation hockey's OD, I don't know how he would not realize that Luffy's there, and even just the reporting in general, right? Maybe there will be reports that have gotten out or something, but uh, if Shanks is close enough and he arrives, whether after the, especially if he arrives after the situation's been handled by Luffy and the Giants have been saved, that is a positive way for Shanks and Luffy to finally have their meeting again, right? Like this, I can actually see this being how Oda does it. At the same time, I'm still of a mindset of there being a tragic final meeting for some reason. I don't know why. Because Oda's done everything he can to keep them apart from each other. So, okay, where are we right now? So Dondra says, so do we think Luffy and Loki will show up in the next chapter? I would love to see Robin go devil mode. That's what's cool, right? Because, yeah, I forgot about that. Robin's demonic awakening, like when she really pushed herself and let herself go, kind of letting the demon take control of her, right? That would be interesting if there's a hidden ability in all these Delphi users where if you snap in one direction, you you somehow experience Dami Reversi without actually having to, go to hell and give your soul to the devil. Like you're able to tap into those expanded devil powers somehow, in addition to your own expanded devil fruit ability, right? So as a marking of the devil's presence being even stronger, but still under your control, Oda draws you with the bat wings, and then enhances your devil fruit ability, as we saw with Black Maria when Robin bodied her. So that's a really good point, Dondurus. A good idea, yeah. I might actually mention that in a video. We'll see if I have time to add that. Uh, I wonder what other back characters we've seen. I was thinking about Thriller Bark, and there's a lot of bats, of course. His character design. People talked about a whole demon race being out there for a long while in the story, or a land of demons, right? And maybe somehow that's where Dracula Mihawk, right? Maybe Dracula Mihawk and his bloodline, whatever. Maybe they come from a land of demons that used to exist, or whatever happened to it. Maybe, I mean, maybe Emu's people were demons that got persecuted and wiped out, and what Vegapunk said about good and evil. Maybe we have to remember that, right? Like this evil being that we're seeing right now, this crazy dark magic, scary stuff, whatever you want to call it. This is what Vegapunk was saying. Hey, don't judge this. You can't really say if it's good or evil. You can't really say if it's good or bad. I think most of us have this inclination to say, nah, you're crazy. That this is pure evil right here, right? Do you not see what he's doing? Do you not feel the aura, right? Do you not see these special, speech bubbles? Like Oda's trying to tell us this guy is evil. But again, Vegapunk, Oda's having him remind us, or at least, well, not remind us, but early on he had said, uh, there's no point in casting judgment as to good or evil with this person. And I think that is something to keep in mind. Like I was just saying, what if Mu as a demon, right, or Emu, whatever, experienced the total ethnic cleansing of his demon clan? and very few of them survived, and he's trying to, resurrect his demon brethren and create a demon world or whatever. And so again, we don't fully know Dracula Mihawk's past. I mean, his eyes do resemble the effect of a cursed blade, similar to Cavendish. But again, those could be demons, right, that are cursed or trapped within those blades. And so the demon idea could still hold, wherein those demons also, whether they are Dracula Mihawk himself, or whether it's a demon in the sword itself, right, or the lingering curse of a demon, whether that comes from the land of demons where those demons used to reside before they were vanquished and their curse was left behind on a blade or something, right, to, basically haunt the world like a ghost. Even though we did learn that, from the one Swordmaster, or sorry, the one Blacksmith. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. We did learn during Wano and Zoro's fight with King of the Wildfire that curses are what the weak say about blades that they can't control. Rather than acknowledge your own weakness, you just want to, call the blade cursed. Although at the same time, there's plenty of evidence in the story to support the idea that some of these blades are in fact cursed, right? Again, going back to Cavendish, that's not somebody just making that up, right? There's a will or a force behind that blade. Two things can be true at once, right? You could be too weak to control the curse to tame the demon or whatever within your sword. At the same time, there is actually a curse or demon in your sword. So, he said Nostro's ringtone. Yeah, I mean, Justin Dosser says, I think Gabon and Chopper will be seen by Luffy as they fall, and they will fill them in on what's happening probably second half of chapter. Yeah, I mean, Gabon got shot in his, with those arrows in around his heart area, right? And it was heart right here. And then he had like two piercing his lower body, his lower torso. Yeah, somebody said to collab in a live stream with Denden Kushi. We could definitely do that in the future. I'd be down for that. Um, I just don't do too many collabs because obviously I don't think creators are not going to have uh, and all respect to them. I can understand that the time to be waiting around for me to get my stuff together in terms of, hey, an hour or two of the technicalities and issues, right? Since I'm very new to the streaming stuff. Um, it's one thing for me to join somebody else's stream. It's another thing for me to try and get that stuff together on my end. So I think after I've gained some mastery of streaming to an extent, or nothing mastery, but I've become more comfortable with it, then I'd be down to host and stuff. Dondra says, "Who else in here really enjoyed Vikings? Such a badass show." Vikings is definitely one of my favorite shows of all time. The guy that played Ragnar Lothbrok, even his sons, you had to warm. I think that, at least in my case, I had to warm up to most of them. Uh, Obviously, my favorite initiating scene is when, not to really spoil people. I mean, the show's been out for a while now, so uh, but Ragnar goes around. This is sometime before he dies, and he says, who wants to be king? And he's looking at all of them, just because they were trying to challenge him in a way, right? And then he just comes in there with that aura, right? He's like, who wants to be king? And none of them could challenge him because none of them are Ragnar. Uh, but even his death speech, like it was an incredible job. I never really known much about the Vikings prior to that, because after that I started. People put me on to Vinland Saga, which I don't read the manga. We'll see what happens with the anime. If the anime takes too long, then of course I'll probably just move on to the manga when I get time. Vinland Saga is definitely up there as one of my favorite. That's actually what I was leading at earlier when I was listing some of my favorites. But yeah, Vinland Saga is a masterpiece. Let's see. And then Bjorn, just to briefly mention this, Bjorn, I think he's the eldest son, right, of Ragnar. Uh, Bjorn had a great final scene as well. That was incredible. For those who know what I'm talking about. Uh, Lagatha, I was a big fan of Lagatha. Lagatha's goaded, and the guy also that was crawling around, right? Brilliant, murderous but brilliant. Uh, let's see. L with us. L with us says, I remember tweeting you about One Piece being demonic over a year ago. Glad to see you're still on the trail. Or satanic, yes, yeah. Still on the trail. I mean, I think the trail is pretty much we followed the breadcrumbs and we found ourselves in hell, L. It's like what the first what was that prophecy? Right? Humans touched the sun, they got burnt. We ate the forbidden fruit, got cursed. Do we think Gunko will survive? I think Gunko might survive potentially if Brooks' music can free her soul, right? So Brooks' music might be able to free Gunko's soul uh, from the Devil's Pact. Brooke might have there might be abilities to some of these Stride's powers that Oda's saving for the very end, like the true ability of their Devil Fruits that haven't been. I don't think Luffy's fully yet tapped into his Devil Fruit. I've often said that he needs to fully acknowledge Nika in the same way that Emu appears to have fully acknowledged Mu. You don't see Luffy going around saying, "Hey, Nika's going to talk to you now," or whatever, right? So Luffy's still not. I think he still needs to become one. If you look at Kaido's words about mind, body, such and such, Luffy I think has to. There's power in a name, and I think Kaido's like, "Who exactly are you?" So I do think Luffy needs to acknowledge Nika. I think that yeah, similar to Emu, clearly either on his own volition or being forced by the possession, right, of Mu. When he says, Mu will speak to you now, Mu will speak to you now. And actually, the way that Emu goes about it, it does sound like a form of servitude, right? Where you often see or you read scenes like this where a person's like, with their head bowed, they're like, such and such, right? We'll speak to you now. The king of I don't know. What does Saudi Arabia have kings? Dubai? Are they sultans? I'm not sure. The king of such and such will speak to you now, right? Or the president of the United States will speak to you now. The people that say that are usually beneath the people that they're introducing, and so this is kind of a giveaway that Imu is beneath Mu, right? And Imu's the king of the world, but he's beneath the pretend god, as I call him, the creator of this inverted world, right? Perhaps by an expanded Dami Reversi or whatever. But yeah, the king of the world, Imu, appears to be, based on his speech, beneath the rule of the pretend god, also known as the Sea Devil, we think Mu. So Mu on top, beneath him, Imu, and then everybody else. Which is interesting because, I mean, does Imu need to be freed from Mu? Uh, just like Den Den is asking if we think Gunko will survive. the thing is, if Gunko survives, I think it depends on Gunko's relationships in the story. Whatever's going on with Brooke in that memory, I'm confused by it to an extent. I don't know if Brooke has a daughter that we never knew about. Uh, I mean, did Brooke go on to become a pirate, and then was he actually a deadbeat like so many of these people, and leave his daughter behind? That's just so crazy the way Oda portrays it. It's like they're all laughing and like singing and getting drunk, and they're like, "Hey, I'm gonna uh, abandon you in a few days to go and pursue my dream. You're not gonna see Daddy again." It's just like they're so accepting of it. Um, well, at least some of them are. But yeah, Brooke. I mean, Brooke might have a daughter we never knew about, and or a niece, I guess, or maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Who knows exactly what's going on in that panel? If you guys know what I'm talking about, that we recently saw. I think it was chapter 1149, right? And Brooks kind of been acting a little funny, kind of pensive. I'm not sure. Maybe is it guilt? Is it regret? Shame? He went off to go be a pirate and play music with his boys, um, and he left Gunko behind. I am wondering why we don't know Gunko's last name. I know, so I think early on because of the hat, there was a theory that was going on that was very popular of Mu, or sorry, not Mu, of Gunko being a revolutionary member, right? People were pushing the Jenny idea, and such and such. Some people said Luffy's mom. Um, I think Morge had made a video that went kind of viral. I don't know, well, it went viral, but it did really well in terms of providing supporting evidence for why Jenny could potentially be. So Jenny, so providing evidence as to why Gunko could potentially be Jenny, and it's pretty compelling. But Oda's so good at this, right? Because maybe Oda just gave Gunko that hat to try and steer us in that direction, just to mess around with us. I don't know. Or it could very well be on track. I'm not sure because people were saying that the timeline based on if that little girl that's seen in the silhouetted flashback with Brooke, it doesn't fully match up, is what people are saying, based on all the different pairings they're making with Shamrock and so on and so on. Uh, so yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out. Like, is Gunko as important as we thought she'd be in terms of a character reveal? I mean, she's clearly important, obviously, as a God's Knight, but in terms of her past lineage, or not past lineage, in terms of her past uh, character ties, if she's not Ginny, if she's not Bonnie's mother, um, then is her being connected to Brooke that big of a deal? I mean, maybe in terms of revealing the ability that's necessary to defeat the Gods Knights and potentially Emu down the road, which I plan on getting into for I think the second video that I'll be dropping after this next one. So we'll leave it at that. Imagine if Emu was responsible for Usopp's buff. He's theory to get. Oh, huh. Wait. Do you mean giving? You mean giving Usopp devil powers, or I think Black Star said this, or what? Usopp defeating Emu or Gunko or Muko? Let's see. Bully says, "Do you think Emu is a baddie anymore, or is it just somebody else?" I don't know. People are begging for a Usopp power up. Whoever's still here in the or still watching, leave a comment if you can. How much longer do you think that Elbaf is going to go on for? Do you think Elbaf is going to go on for another year, 2 years? It doesn't feel like 2 years to me, since Moo's already here, and it does feel like Oda's trying to wrap things up. If I'm being honest, yeah, I don't see how, and I don't see anybody else appearing on the island other than the return, maybe of Shamrock, but I doubt it, given that there's a fire right raging back in the Holy Land. So he's probably going back to handle business. Uh, yeah, I don't see anybody else appearing to Elbaf, or at least another antagonist or villain or final villain for the arc beyond this current God's Advent, right? Gung ho mode. As soon as we defeat this, right, and the giants and everything, Elbaf is probably done for the most part. I mean, we still have to deal with Loki and figure out what's going on with Loki. And there's also another realm. There's also another realm of Elbaf we haven't explored. In case anybody forgot, is it called Heaven? Let me look it up real quick. Uh, Elbaf realms. Let's see. Yeah, you can see it right here. Elbaf has 3 levels: the underworld, sun, and then heaven. And I don't think we've gone to heaven yet, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just forgetting. I wonder what's up there. And do we think that Imu's going to go up there? Imagine if there's some god that's up there. Like, what if the mural of Elbaf is actually depicting? You see that big tree that's there? What if there is a forest god that's located at the very top of the Adam tree, and it's like guarding the treasures that are up there? Imagine, yeah, and so imagine Imu having to do battle with the forest god. Want to get some water. Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, I just saw a comment from another comment from Justin Dozer. Justin, you've been dropping a lot of great points recently, at least in this stream. So Justin says Loki is probably going to 2v1 Dorian Brogy because I think the official hair coloring for Loki is what, purple or pink? It's purple, right? Purplish. And it's basically the purple ogre versus the red or the red ogre and the blue ogre. So I'm not familiar on my on my color schematics, but if you mix red and blue together, you get purple, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And the other key point is that they're competing for the title of king, and we know that the competition, the warrior's spirit, was very fierce on that island where we first meet Dorian Brogy, and pitting them up against, well, pitting these two legendary giant pirates, right, up against the next generation, which of giant pirates, which would be Loki, even though Loki's somewhat old. Um, I think it'd be nice to see. I mean, Loki should destroy them, but then again, they have the power of God or the devil, right? They've been greatly enhanced in terms of their abilities. So, if Loki has the power of some type of God devil fruit, plus he has Ragnar or Ragnar, however you say the spelling of that name, the Ragnar or Ragnar hammer, that hammer might have a devil fruit itself, or it might simply have a cursed ability, right? That's related to lightning gods or whatever. Or maybe Loki. Here's the thing: Loki was still chained to sea stones. So I don't think if Loki has the devil fruit, he was able to use his power. Because sea stone is different than water. We have to remember that. Even if you're somewhat submerged in water, or even if you're underwater completely, a devil fruit user can still use their power, I'm pretty sure, while they're in the water. I remember I was having this discussion, someone had been arguing with somebody. From what we've seen, like I remember there was a time when Luffy was submerged um, underwater during Arlong Park when Sanji had to dive in there and rescue him, right? And they were pulling on his neck. I don't know if that was anime only or not, but still. Uh, in the scene, they're pulling on his neck and it stretches. So Luffy still had his rubber powers while he was underwater. He's just simply weakened and can't swim. Um, but when he's in Sea Stone in Udon Prison, Luffy, I don't think Luffy can use his rubber abilities at all. He's relying solely on sheer willpower. He's solely relying on his haki, his conquerors, right? I think namely conquerors, to similar to Eustace Kid, to overcome the adversity that was placed on them. Literally placing an anchor on you uh, in the form of a sea stone. Because even while you're on land, you probably feel like you're sinking to the ground um, compared to like a normal human, right? If you put sea stone on like somebody like Shanks, it's gonna feel like a normal collar. But if you put a sea stone collar on somebody like Luffy and Eustace Kid, that's gonna probably feel like a 1 ton. Well, depending on how much it is, obviously, but you know that I'll give you an example. That one little piece of sea stone that's at the edge of Smoker's jeton or whatever you call that staff or whatever spear thing, whatever, right? Looks like one of those police clubs, kind of like a hooked police club. Um, that little thing right there, for a Delphi user, probably feels, given the reaction to it, probably feels like you're walking around with 3 to 5 times your body weight all day long. Now imagine an actual sea stone collar on a Delphi user. That's probably like where a 1 ton anchor. And then you look at the amount of sea stone that they put on Loki. Even though Loki, of course, is a a giant whatever type of mix, right? He's like ancient giant with normal giant. That amount of sea stone is probably like an entire island being placed on you. Or at least if you took that amount of sea stone and you put it on Luffy, it probably feels like you put an island on him. Whereas in the case of Loki, it probably feels like a boulder since Loki's bigger. But yeah, I can definitely see Loki going up against the purple ogre and sorry, I mean the purple ogre Loki going up against the red ogre and blue ogre. That's a good point. Dondra says if anyone is interested, the Monster Girl show is back on. I don't know what that is. Oh, I appreciate that, Dondurus. Yeah, appreciate all the prayers. You know, the good well wishes, the prayers, the donations. You guys are all that stuff has definitely meant a lot to me. So thank you so much. Dondra says, so who do we think is attacking the city? Blackbeard or is Dragon finally going to do something? So here's the thing. The revolutionaries are already going to the Holy Land so quickly. I mean, I can understand given that if that's what's happened, given that Dragon and them were saying that we can expect God's Knights to make their move and even come for us soon. Taking the fight to your enemy before they take the fight to you is one strategy, maybe one that they weren't expecting, given the revolutionaries just attacked and then fled. But in terms of like the story itself, I don't know if that'd be like too much, if you get what I mean. Because we were just at the Reverie, and then the story itself left the Reverie and went back, even though, officially, I think the revolutionaries attacked, freed Kuma in a way, and then fled, only to have Kuma, go back to the whole. It's like, you broke into probably the most secure uh, building in all of One Piece, and not just secure in terms of the type of figures we now know are there. Like imagine if they had known ahead of time that a devil pretending to be God that actually has the powers of not just a god but God himself in terms of whatever crazy stuff God could potentially do. But from the vantage point of a evil god or devil, right? So imagine that final boss being there, and then also the Gorosei and their demonic powers, and then in terms of yokai, and then also and advanced conquerors and other hockey, and then also God's Knights, right, and their crazy abilities. Obviously, the God's Knights seem to have different levels of strength. Again, Shepard Sommers seemed to have potential at first, and then he's just gone downhill. Now we still have to see what else Shepard can do. Shepard can do. Obviously, I don't think we've seen everything Shepard is capable of, but the way Oda is portraying Shepard so far is the most underwhelming of any of the God's Knights we've seen so far. I keep saying the God's Knights when it was just God's Knights. Now Blackbeard is a possibility because Blackbeard does like to take advantage of mayhem, right? And so one thing is that Emu possessing the body of Gunko at this moment, I don't know how Blackbeard could have foreseen that happening, right? So that'd be a little strange. It just, is it just luck, that he just so happened to show up to the Holy Land when Emu's doing that? Because I would imagine, and I think I've seen this in other pieces of, I don't know if it's anime necessarily, but any other type of fiction format, right? Where the person leaves their main body to go somewhere else or possess the body of someone else, and that leaves your original body vulnerable to attack. So in that sense, yeah, I mean, Dragon or Blackbeard could take advantage of that. In particular, Blackbeard. That isn't his nature, after all. But still, we need some type of like plausible explanation as to how events could just line up so perfectly in that way. Because Whitebeard is different, right? Whitebeard was not like a easy scenario to predict. Blackbeard kind of like set things up, but at the end of the day, you still had to defeat one of the strongest members of the old guard, and he probably predicted, Whitebeard being weakened by everybody else and stuff, but you still had to defeat him, right? Whereas I don't really see that kind of like planning here for Emu necessarily. A lot of the stuff that's taking place has been done by the revolutionaries, right? Interfering with food provisions, blockades, whatever they've been up to, or theft of food. And we have the Celestial Dragons even complaining about it. Uh, and of course, Kuma, take Kuma away. And whatever other tactics or whatever other damage the revolutionaries have done to the world government. But Blackbeard did say, of course, from Egg Island, this is a recent occurrence, and so if they're going to do anything with the powers that were copied from Saturn, I don't think we fully yet know the extent to what's her name, Katarina Devon's ability. I don't think we fully know what she can do exactly. Like, is it just copying the appearance, the power, the mimicry to the extent of the devil fruit? Um, it would definitely be something that's gonna. I think it's gonna be cooler than whatever other copy ability we've seen in the story so far. Um, to make it worthwhile for her to be the one to, you know, sneak on Egghead, touch Saturn, and then get in there and dip out. Um, and perhaps rather than actually defeating Imu, maybe Blackbeard has an entirely different purpose of going to the Holy Land than we first thought of. It could pertain to that giant straw hat. Maybe there's something else that's hidden there that we don't know about. Who knows? Let me get my charger real quick. just happened there? Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. So this is basically a test stream, and we had a pretty lengthy discussion on Emu, the Sea Devil, chapters 1149, chapters 1150. It was definitely great seeing some familiar faces in the chat, some new faces as well. I appreciate the donations, or the donation from you. I think it was you dads, right? It's an interesting name, you dads. Let me make sure I got that right. You dads. Yeah. I kept on writing YOU when I was writing out your name, but yeah, you dads. I appreciate that. And everybody else, Justin, Denden, um, any other names I might have forgotten, and just anybody in general that showed up to watch the video. I'll try to have a more orderly live stream next time. Set up a premiere maybe like a day or two ahead of time so people can watch it live if they want to. I'm definitely going to go back and edit some of this so that's not too, because there's definitely several hours or like 30-minute intervals of nothing going on. So yeah, I got to go back and edit that. But yeah, it is 8 a.m. where I'm at. I think I started this around 2 or 3 a.m. So that's about 4 or 5 hours. And it's been real, everybody. I'm going to work on this video later on so I can get it to you guys maybe tomorrow. And until next time.